Good morning, everyone. Welcome, my friends, fellow bibliophiles, and zombie lovers, for a couple of hours of sprints in celebration of our month-long Zombiethon. For those of you just joining me and have not heard, May is Zombie Awareness Month, and I am hosting a month-long event called Zombiethon. And I need to get a little bit of reading done today, so I'm hoping that will happen. I also just want to remind people that we have a couple of things happening and up until the time that the month ends, which I believe is next Wednesday. But we have our group read, which is Night of the Living Trekkies. This is by Kevin David Anderson and Sam Stahl. And our group read chat is going to be Tuesday evening. It's going to be a live chat. And I will be joined by Kelsey of Slime and Slashers. And we will be discussing Night of the Living Trekkies. So if you have been reading it with us, I'm super excited to discuss it with you. And if you haven't read it yet, but are still interested, you have time. In fact, this is what I will be starting to read today. I have actually been reading My Dreadfully Ever After, which is the sequel to Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies. And I'm not finished yet. And I told everyone on Tuesday that if I was not finished, that I would put it to the side. Poor Mary Bennett. She is in peril right now, and she'll just have to be there until I can pick this back up. But I need to get started on Night of the Living Trekkies so that I can finish before the live discussion. I heard it is a pretty fast read. It seems like most people that have read it already have enjoyed it, and it doesn't seem like it has taken a huge amount of time to read. Dreadfully Ever After is a little bit, it takes me a little longer to read it, only because it is more like in that literary style. So anyway, but I am excited to be here and get some reading done. I am a little bit tired today, and that is because I stayed up last night. My intentions were to join Kelsey's sprints and get my reading done. I had 90 pages, only got 10, but she, in the part of the chat, she was talking about Marvel. She made the comment about Marvel, and that reminded me that I had to buy tickets for my husband and I to go see Guardians of the Galaxy 3 on Sunday. And I go to order them, and then I happen to see I had a notification on Facebook. So of course I had to click on it, and I discovered that in my area, probably about 3 miles away from my house, the policemen, the Tangipahoa policemen, were in pursuit of, I'm trying to see if I can pull this up on my iPad. They were in pursuit of 3 men in a car. Well, they just, when they posted it, they said they were in pursuit of a car. Well, that car got off on the interstate about 3 miles from where I live, and they pulled over and they jumped out of their car and ran. The police were able to apprehend one of the 3 guys, and then it was a search. Now, of course, keep in mind, this was happening last night, so it was dark. Thank goodness I had already taken my 2 dogs out to go to the bathroom, so I didn't have to go out or take them out. But they had a helicopter out there looking, and police were all over people's front lawns in search of these guys. So I stayed up. Kelsey, I think, signed off close to 12 o'clock. So I didn't get much reading done because I was kind of like looking at the comments and seeing if they were going to update. But they did not update by the time I went to bed it was a little bit after 12. But then I saw this morning at 12:30, they ended up updating again, and they caught another guy. So there still is a guy at large from this chase, and they are saying that they think he has fled the area. So however he's gotten away, he's no longer in our area as far as we know, but who knows? So they are offering, people to, well, they're not offering anything. They're asking that people call Crime Stoppers if they happen to see this person. Of course, we don't have any description of them. We just know that one of them is a white male with shoulder length hair, and one was wearing a red shirt and one was wearing a white shirt. But like they didn't tell us which one they caught. So we have no idea who we're dealing with to know. But they just recommended that we lock our doors, stay indoors, and if we see anything suspicious, contact the police. So needless to say, I was a little hesitant about going to sleep, but I mean, I had my dogs and my oldest son was home. So I guess we would have been fine, but I didn't go to bed until after 12. So now, and then I'm up at 6. So I am a little sleepy this morning, but I did make a second cup of coffee and I did exercise this morning. So to kind of like pep me up a little bit. So hopefully I won't fall asleep while I'm reading. And I don't know what else is going on. So we have the group read. We have our 2 winners for the zombie survival guide. Vanessa at Book Obsession and Sally at Too Fond of Books. Both were the winners. I spun the picker wheel or the spinny wheel on Tuesday towards the end of our live chat, and they are a winner. So I'm super excited about that. And yeah, if you haven't checked out any of our live chats, please do. They're all on my channel. The first chat was with Amy Noel. Second one, I was solo and talked a lot about how zombies come about, the different ways. There are about 10 different ways that you could become a zombie that I could find anyway. And then third week, we had Linda, the gamer gal. She came on and we chatted about video games. And then this past week, our fourth chat was with Katrina of Katrina Brown. And we had a lovely chat about what her favorite zombie books and movies are and just zombie talk in general. And then we did the giveaway. So if you want to check out any of those live chats, they're about an hour. And just for a little bit of zombie fun. Also, I will be working soon on my June TBR. I've been making a little pile of books that I would like to read for June. I was hoping to kind of do more mood reading since April and May have been so much reading and activity between Old School April and Zombiethon that I was like, oh, maybe I'll just be able to do a little mood reading. But I am participating in a half of a month readathon, a 2-week readathon. Kelsey's hosting on her Patreon, and it's going to be slasher oriented. And I'm pretty excited about reading some slashers because one of the books is a book that's on my 23 books that I need to get done for this year. And that is My Heart is a Chainsaw. I've been wanting to read that for a long time, ever since Kelsey gifted that to me. I believe she gifted that to me for Halloween one year. It's either Halloween or Christmas, but it should be fun. I mean, it's a chunker, so it probably will take up most of the time. And I know I'm going to read probably a couple of short stories and a Goosebumps for that as well. But I'm trying to make that list, and it seems like my TBR is probably going to be a little more extensive than I anticipated between my book clubs that I'm participating in and the slasher readathon, and then whatever pops up, because I'm sure I'm going to discover something probably mid-June and want to participate in that as well. That's part of my issue, is that I want to go down all these different paths because everybody's doing so many exciting things on BookTube. Also, I am rebooting my Year of Christie because I've been kind of lax on that because I go down the rabbit hole of all these other readathons, and I will be reading a book for that. But I did just release a video about the reboot, and it has a little mini Agatha Christie book haul because for the first time since I started shopping at the Friends of the Library store, which is close to my home, I found on 2 different visits some Agatha Christie books in the wild, and I'm so excited because I haven't seen any. They're very far and few between, apparently. I guess when people have them, they don't wanna let go of them. But I was excited because I got quite a few paperbacks and 2 hardcovers, and I couldn't beat the price. $2 hardcovers and 50-cent paperbacks. So, pretty excited about that. But I think we're going to go ahead and start with our first sprint. I forgot to get my little Pomodoro kitty up here. Let's see. I can get this up. Usually I have this done ahead of time, but I kind of forgot about it. I will admit, a lot going on. But I think we'll go ahead and let's start with 30-minute sprints. And that way we'll maybe have some other folks join us this morning, and then we'll go from there. I'll be on for a couple of hours. Let's set the times for that. So I think that's what we'll start with. We'll start with 30 minutes, and then we'll take it from there. So let's start Pomodoro Kitty. And I got to talk myself through this so I don't forget my steps. Let's see. Okay, so I'll see you back here in a few. Happy reading. Okay, welcome back. Let me turn off our little kitty cat. And there we go. Okay, how did everybody do? Since we went on sprints, we've had quite a few people join us. We have Brecht in the house, and he is listening to Alcatar, or he might go ahead and read both. They both die at the end. And then, of course, we were chatting, asking him how he was doing. I thought his reading plan was great. And he is doing well. And he heard back from a possible job, his first time, actually. So I'm hoping it works out. That's great news. And then Linda, the gamer gal, popped in. She is actually streaming live, playing some games. I caught a little bit, about a half an hour this morning. She was playing Resident Evil on the Wii, and she was doing quite well. And Alicia likes my copy of Night of the Living Trekkies. Margaret Pennard is in the house. For those of you that don't know, Margaret is an author. She writes some historical fiction. I believe she has a new book coming out in October. If you haven't checked her out, check her channel out. She has a wonderful channel. And she is currently hosting a May readathon called May of the Moderns, where you read fiction during a certain period of time. I forgot what the time period is. So, Margaret, if you want to put that in the comments, I will shout that out. But I know whatever I read yesterday, I read some H.P. Lovecraft. I read a short story by him. And I also read another short story called Jumbie. And both of them were published in 1926. So they counted for my horror mayhem. They could count for Zombiethon. And they also counted for the May of the Moderns. So she's not going to be reading zombie stuff, which is fine. You can read whatever you want today. Rally Reviews stopped in. She said, we'll sprint with you if you're still going when she gets back from a short walk. She needs to settle her medication first. She hasn't been feeling very well. Yeah, so this is where Margaret is saying that she's not going to be reading any zombie things, but she's baking a pastry, which I think is awesome. And I told her she could read whatever. Also, she has another plan. Her plan is to go on a walk, eat chicken and waffles at her favorite pub, find a congrats baby card at the Japanese stationers, and then come back and pack for her big trip. So she has some awesome Saturday plans and a wonderful trip to be looking forward to. Now she is eating, I have no idea how to pronounce that, but it's Italian and it's from Trader Joe's, and I hope it's delicious. So I'm letting Rally know we're going to be here for a couple of hours. And then Margaret wanted us to take a poll. Who has dreamed of owning their own bookstore? She said she did a long time ago, but it's been cropping up again recently. I think that's a fantastic idea. Mary from Booking Through Life. She's another one that has a fabulous channel. She's popping on, but she's been watering plants and doing chores for today. She's not sure she will get any reading done. I just wonder how widespread it is among bibliophiles. Rally wants to own a bookstore. That is 100% a dream of mine. And Margaret likes what Mary's up to. And Margaret saying, oh, yay, data points that agree with me. That's funny. And Breck says, I do that a lot, Margaret. We have a lot of highs. And I was telling them I want to go to Wigtown, Scotland and run the open book bookstore for a week. It's a bookstore town. I have been wanting to do that for years and was planning on putting a deposit down when the world shut down for COVID. I felt so bad for all of those people that had booked that adventure, because you pretty much have to book out years in advance to get your week. So can you imagine booking that and then COVID comes in and shuts down the whole world and everything you were like wanting to do? I mean, it happened to so many people, not just people who wanted to go run the open book, but I I would have been devastated because that is something I really want to do. But I need to they have it open back up and people are going. I follow them on Facebook and I get to see everybody that goes and runs the bookstore, and it's really a lot of fun to see what they're doing because you basically decide what events you want to hold there and you set your hours and you can decorate their windows. It's a lot of fun. So eventually I hope to get there. And Margaret's heard of that. And she said there's also Shakespeare and Company that lets you be a bookseller and stay there as well. That's pretty interesting. I had never heard of that. And there can't be many places like that, but maybe it's a good model. Yeah, I don't, a lot of places probably don't want people coming into their space. But the thing too about the open book is you can stay upstairs in their little apartment too. So it's kind of like your room and board. And then it's a big bookstore community. There's lots of bookstores there, and they have a book festival, I believe, in September. And so not only do you get to run the bookstore, but you see that, and then you can, go explore all over Scotland if you wanted to. Mary she would also like to own a bookstore, and that's why she put up a little free library. And I personally would love to do a little free library. I've been wanting to do that for a long time and just haven't gotten around to it. And Margaret found a library ambiance ASMR space in the Pomodoro app. Oh, that's perfect. That's awesome. And then she does like Pomodoro Kitty too. Well, I love cats. That is my favorite animal. That's my most favorite animal. I love all animals for the most part. There are a couple of insects, especially the cockroach, that I cannot stand, but I do love kitty cats. My cat just peeked out to investigate that. That meow. The meow always gets me. Linda thought that was funny too. And so did Brett. Yay, you finished the stream. I hope you survive. Yay, well, here you telling me. I survived 2 levels. Oh, let me know. Did you go back to play Rebecca? And if so, did you get your stuff that you earned when you played that level? I want to know. Yes. Okay. So May of the Moderns is from 1901 to 1945. So both of my short stories counted for that. So I was pretty excited about it because I jumped on Margaret's sprints yesterday just so I could get a little bit of reading done. And that was perfect because she was doing like 25-minute sprints, I think 20 or 25 minutes. And that was a perfect amount of time for me to get these short stories in. I couldn't participate the whole entire month with Horror Mayhem, but I figured if I did at least 5 short stories within the week, that would help. No talk about dreams deferred. That would be rough. I lost out on several cons and trips I had planned for 2020 and 2021. Yeah, I know it was very rough. In fact, my son Andrew was in college, obviously, and he was a freshman actually. And he was staying in the dorms, and he had a fabulous on-campus experience that fall of 2019. And then the spring semester 2020 comes, and he literally had to move back home in March when everything shut down. So he was a little sad about that. And then his roommate couldn't afford to stay in the dorms anymore, so he decided not to go back, because if he couldn't stay in the dorm with Dane, he just decided to stay home and save some money. But he was supposed to go study abroad in Costa Rica because at the time he was a biology major and wildlife conservation was his focus. He wants to save the world, and the animals. He loves animals just like me. And he was supposed to go to Costa Rica to work with the turtles that, come, and he was supposed to do some research with that. Well, that trip got canceled. Obviously, that was the summer of 2020. And so he never did get to go to Costa Rica. However, his sophomore year, fall of his sophomore year, he ended up changing his major, and biology became his minor. And he ended up going to France in 2022, the summer of 2022, and that's how he ended up getting his French minor. Because he's now art history, they didn't accept his Latin credits. He had to take German or French. So he took French because that was more of the language that he needed for the art period that he studied. And so when he had the opportunity to go to France, he jumped on it. And he really had a great experience. So I'm glad he was able to study abroad at least once during his college time. Seems like Shakespeare and Company is in Paris. It's for youngsters. Sleep on wood benches, while Open Book is more seasoned, folks, with the actual bed. Yes, the Open Book, you actually have a bed, and you run the bookstore, and you can you get a laptop to do social media. There have been so many fun people that have stayed there. Like they also had one group, they would do origami, and then they've had like little gatherings. I would love that. I would be in my element if I could have my bookstore. My bookstore would also have a scrapbooking room because I love to scrapbook. I'm super slow at it and far behind by a million years. And but I would think it would be fun to have like a little scrapbook room, maybe even have like a little art room. There's just so many possibilities. But yeah, the books would be great. I love the cockroach and Wally. Well, yes, for several reasons. One, it was animated. Two, it was not in my home physically trying to get me. Because while my husband tells me that roaches do not fly after you, I think that is not true. Because every time we happen to get one of those lovely, ugly cockroaches in our home, guess what? You run, they fly, and they try to get you. They're horrible. I hate them so very much, especially if we have one in our living room because our ceilings are high and it's very hard to try to get them. I usually have to throw a shoe, let them either slide or fly, and then I've got this fly swatter that has a flip flop on the end of it, and then I have to smash it like 40,000 times because I don't know if you're aware of this. This is why it's so disturbing about cockroaches. They can live without their head for like up to 10 days. They just need a water source. It's just blah, 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 gross, terrible. I didn't get to see it yet. Next time I play, I will let you know if I got the stuff back for Rebecca. Good. Yes, I want to know. I'm curious about that because you worked hard to get it and then you changed characters and you didn't have it. That's not any fun. French and biology minors, art history major. Wow, he sounds like he was on the same track I was 20 years ago. Well, he he signed up to be part of the honors program at Southeastern, and he actually won. I'm going to brag on him for a second. He actually won the Freshman Honors Award. And when the director, Dr. Procopia, introduced Andrew as the winner, she called him a Renaissance man because Andrew really loves to learn. He loves so many different things, world religions. He loves art. He loves literature, language. He really could be a full-time scholar. I mean, honestly. And he wanted to go work in the field so much for biology, and he was just like, I just don't know if I'm going to be able to do that, because he would like to have his PhD, but he's like, I just don't know. And then when he took this art class, this art history class, because art history was his minor, so he flip-flopped. And he just fell in love with it. And he's like, I think I could do both somehow. So it is going to be interesting to see where he ends up, if he's going to work in a museum, if he's going to work in a library, if he could work at a natural history museum, because he's even informed me, and he has told me about this, because he wants to work on his master's, and he was looking at programs that had like a dual master's program where you could do art history plus library science. And he has decided that his master's is going to be in library science, which means he will stay in Louisiana because he'll probably end up going to LSU if he gets accepted. But all the library science courses, masters, happen to be online. So he doesn't have to go to state for that. And then I think after that, he may decide on what he's going to do with PhD. But I don't know. I'm curious to see where he's going to land, really. Poli-sci major, French, and music theater minors. That's very good. I actually have a degree in drama and communications. So my background, I got a little bit of theater, television, film, some marketing, like our advertising. In fact, I did an internship at an advertising agency and then also worked at a public television station for a couple of years. Actually, full time, and then for about 20 years or so as a freelancer. I used to direct, produce their art and showboat auction, which was like a merchandise auction, and then get called in for several other things. But I've also been a floor director and a stage manager. I was a stage manager for a cooking show for Justin Wilson, who is like a Cajun chef. I mean, he's no longer around, but he was a lot of fun to work for. I worked on 2 of his shows, and that was a lot of fun. It was all through WYS, our PBS station in New Orleans. But then I went back and got my teaching certificate. I do have a couple of graduate hours because I was going to work on my master's in English because I thought maybe I would teach English and then go down the writing route. But then I decided to get my teaching certificate, and I taught for a really long time, about 19 years, and then became an instructional coach. And then I took the year off, and hopefully I won't go back into education. So we'll see. Where is this Facebook group? I would love to join the Open Book Facebook group. Just look up the Open Book on Facebook. June bugs are the worst. They try to go for your nose or ear. Ooh. Yeah, and June bugs are crazy because they not only have, they're like sporadic and weird and like all over the place, and then they make a weird noise too. It's kind of freaky, if you ask me. Congrats to him. Thanks, Linda. Yeah, I'm really excited about that. Multi-potentialites are the most fun. Yes, I happen to be a mixed style multi-potentialite, and Andrew, I believe, is a multi-potentialite as well. I tell him all the time, although he just looks at me like I don't know what you're talking about. But I am definitely one, and I think that's part of my issue is that I want to do everything all the time, and then I never really accomplish much of anything. So that's why I ended up teaching for so long, because I mean, it was, I did it. I did it mainly for my children, to make sure that my children had a lot of opportunities to do what they wanted to do and explore what they wanted to do. Because when I was in school, especially high school, I worked a lot and didn't really get to enjoy the whole high school experience. And I wanted my kids to be able to have all of that. I mean, they would work, but not like to where it would interfere with them doing activities and things. But yeah, and they pretty much would keep their grades up. And so that was kind of the deal. It's like, you keep your grades up, pay your car insurance when it was time for them to drive. And I don't mind helping you out, but you got to keep your end of the bargain. And they did. So I mean, that worked out. But yeah, being a multi-potentialite is a blessing and a curse to me, because, you know, I want to write, I want to, you know, be creative and do my channel and do all kinds of stuff. But I don't know. I want to act. I want to do my improv. The problem with being a multi-potentialite is you don't have the time to do everything. You can't get your 10,000 hours in for every single thing at the same time. So this year was kind of like supposed to be my year to explore, and I didn't. I don't know. I did start my YouTube channel, so at least I did that, and I'm exploring that opportunity. But I really do need to sit with myself, I think, and decide, what am I going to do when I grow up? I'm so silly. Okay, so I think it's time for us. I've caught up with everything in the chat, so I think we'll go ahead and do another sprint. How about we go ahead and do another 30-minute sprint, if everybody's okay with that. And then we'll come back and we'll chat a little more. This is such a fun conversation we are having today on this Saturday. Let's see, so start. Yeah, Linda thinks 30 is good too. So that's what we'll do. And then we'll come back. So see y'all in a little bit. Happy reading. Welcome back. Let me turn off Pomodoro Kitty here. I need to name my kitty cat instead of calling her Pomodoro Kitty. Okay, how did everybody do? I got so excited when we came back from our last sprint because of all the activity we were having in the chat that I forgot to talk about how I'm liking the Night of the Living Trekkies. I love it. So far, it's awesome. It starts with a prologue that just jumps right out the gate. It introduces us to two Air Force military people. First Lieutenant Mallory Kaplan. She's like a medical service nurse and flight nurse. And then the captain, who's her senior officer, Les Marple. And they're in this underground bunker at Johnson's Space Center outside of Houston, Texas. And they basically study monitors and are looking at images on their computer monitors. They're like in this underground bunker. And apparently there are these things that are living in different boxes and they have to observe them. So they are monitoring this, but if they're not monitoring or like really doing much of anything, they like to banter with one another. And I thought that was kind of funny. I'm liking, the writing style so far. It's not, it's like an easy read, but well written at the same time. But they were talking about going to the Gulf, what was it called? The GulfCon. GulfCon was the name of it, which is the Star Trek convention that's happening in Houston. And things happen. I don't want to say too much. But then it goes into the first chapter where we're introduced to Jim Pike, who is our main character, our protagonist of the story. He works at a hotel and things are happening there. And I think I know where it's going to begin, because this is a zombie book and you got to have a starting point. So I'm pretty excited. Very excited. I'm liking it very much. So it'll be fun to talk about. And I think it would make actually a really awesome movie, in my opinion. So we have had some people join us in the comments. Let me know what y'all are reading. And let's go back up here. J.K. Lambo has joined us and is telling everyone hello. She is also a writer. And I asked how she was doing. I don't know if she just popped in to say hello. Everybody's telling her hello. And then Kelsey is here. Kelsey, woohoo. Breck's telling her hello. I'm telling her hello. She's telling everyone hello. I love the love in the chat. And then I was telling her last night, most of you weren't here when I was telling everybody the story. I'm a little tired this morning. Well, I did sprints with Kelsey. I was trying to get my Dreadfully Ever After book finished, and that's why I jumped on with Kelsey's sprints. But then I ended up getting on Facebook after ordering my tickets to go see Guardians of the Galaxy. And I was telling her, she knew about the three guys in the car that got off the interstate. They were being pursued by the police and they ended up getting out of their car and running into the area close to where I live, about 3 miles from where I live. So we were told very little, that one of them was a white guy with shoulder length hair, and that one guy was wearing a red t-shirt. The other was wearing a white t-shirt. We had no idea if they were armed. We didn't know why the police were chasing them. They just wanted us to stay away from the area, stay in our houses, and lock our doors. And then if we happen to see any suspicious people, to contact the policeman. So I was letting Kelsey know that they ended up catching the second guy. So they caught one of the three guys, when they posted what was happening, that there was going to be a police presence in this area called Pumpkin Center. That's kind of close to where we live. And I went to bed a little bit after midnight, and they had not updated. Well, at 12:30 this morning, they updated and said they had caught the, one guy, but they believe the third guy left the area. How they know that, I'm not sure. But Kelsey was glad. And the reason I'm retelling this bit of information is because Breck wasn't here and was trying to figure out what we were talking about. So yeah, that's what happened last night. But it was kind of, people really wanted updates because, you don't want to go to sleep knowing that somebody might be lurking around in your backyard. But they did have a helicopter out there. You could hear the helicopter, tons of police, looking around. And in fact, one person posted they were in her front yard, and the thing that made it so difficult was that it was dark. And so it wasn't easy for them to be able to find it. Yeah. So I think it was pretty serious. But again, I didn't like the fact that some guy could, or guys could be lurking around my backyard. Thankfully, I had taken my dogs out and didn't have to take them out to go use the bathroom. We didn't know if they were armed or not. So, I mean, that's scary. We didn't even know why they were being pursued by the policemen. So I'm hoping we'll find out, because I want to know. Luckily, this doesn't happen all the time in my area, but it is kind of disconcerting. Linda finished Cell and liked it. However, she thinks she likes the movie more. Please tell me why. I want to know why. Hope everyone, hello, Jasmine. She's saying, hope everyone is having a good Saturday. I'm glad you and your family are safe. Thank you. That sounds awful. It was kind of, I know I have my dogs with me, and Luna has Shepherd in her, and she's really pretty protective. And then I have, my oldest son was home. So I felt good enough that between the, all of us, that we could be okay. But, yeah, it's just crazy. The crazy thing too is, I've been living in my home coming up on 24 years, and it is not out of the realm of possibility that I will go walking at night. I've never felt unsafe to walk, because we live in a subdivision, but we're in a rural area. But I have never felt, unsafe walking around my neighborhood at nighttime. And so, yeah, it's not out of the realm of possibilities. Yesterday, I just so happened, I watched Zombiethon, which is an animated zombie film, and ate while I was doing that, and then ended up going for my walk. So I was home right when it was starting to get dark. But that just kind of creeps me out, that I could have been outside walking, had no idea that this was happening. So really, I have to thank Kelsey, because if Kelsey wouldn't have mentioned Marvel when they were chatting, it wouldn't have reminded me that I needed to buy my movie tickets. And then I wouldn't have checked the notification on Facebook, which would have, when I opened it, I happened to see that. So, I really have Kelsey to thank. She's like, happy Saturday. Oh, I forgot to read the last part. I'm enjoying some Trekkies by the pool. Awesome. I'm really liking the Trekkies book. Kelsey, I don't know if you started it yet. I think you would love it, because you like, events, like, Comic-Con type of events. I read a few pages. I did not count them, though. That's okay. You read. That's what's important. I think that's awesome. Reading is awesome. I'm excited to start Night of the Trekkies. Yeah, I think it started really fast right at the start. I'm liking where it's going. Rally is back. She walked to her farmer's market, got a crystal Pokemon, and it is so cute. Awesome. You'll need to post it in the Discord so we can see. That would be fun. I know it's not zombie related, but we'd like to see. Post it somewhere. Well, that's cool and kind of spooky cut out behind you. Oh, that's Ant-Man. That's my Ant-Man. Um, Ant-Man was living in my closet, and Andrew decided he thought it would be funny to take Ant-Man to school and put it up in the art department. And he ended up taping it with a lot of masking tape onto this wall. Well, Andrew graduated, so he ended up bringing Ant-Man home because I was like, you better not let them throw that away. We had gotten Ant-Man from a friend of ours that worked at a comic book store we used to go to. And I got all the tape off last week, but I need to get his. I just have the top half right now. I have to pull out the bottom half and see if I can stand him up because I would like Ant-Man to be displayed. I don't know if he'll stay in this room or if he'll end up in my scrapbook room or my living room. I don't know. I'm a protector. Yes, you are a protector. You, if it wasn't for you, literally, I would not have gone on Facebook. I would have been reading Dreadfully Ever After. So I didn't get my reading done, but I was able to be safe. Kelsey, you hero, you. Oh, y'all so sweet. I kept you in the closet, literally. Yes, actually, she did tell me to go in the closet and sit pretty much crisscross applesauce and then just kind of wait it out in there. So yeah, he is part zombie. Okay, well, that's good. And so we need to see a picture. Take a picture and let us see them. We want to know. And Linda, if you're still here, I want to know why you like the movie Cell better than the book. Now, it has been a while, a hot minute since I read Cell or seen the movie. So I can't remember if I would have liked the movie more than the book or not. But I generally do like the books better than movies. But I don't know. I'm curious to know for sure. Okay, so I've gotten caught up in the chat and I'm ready to read more of Night of the Living Zombies and see what happens to Jim, because literally Jim has just been promoted to being a manager. He was a bellhop, and now he's been promoted and they have him out trying to keep some order because it is the convention is happening. And another thing, Kelsey, that you're going to love is there's all these references, of course, to Star Trek, and it's pretty funny. Breck says, I like the Shining movie more than the book. Well, it depends on which movie you watch. I'm sure you're referring to the Stanley Kubrick movie. Yeah, the Stanley Kubrick movie is good, but I do prefer the book better. I like the portrayal of Jack Torrance in the book more so than in the movie. Although Jack Nicholson did a fantastic job. The whole cast did, honestly. But I don't know. I mean, it's very well written. It's overall more eerie. Yeah, I have to say the movie was more so, and I think that's because Jack Nicholson playing Jack Torrance, he was so unhinged that I don't know. And then, of course, visually seeing all of that, I think Stanley Kubrick did a awesome job with the atmosphere and the mood of The Shining, and just the creepiness of adding characters and learning a little more about the history of the Overlook. There are some unsettling scenes in it, in particular when you see certain characters inside their rooms. And yeah, pretty unsettling when you see some of the things that were taking place in the hotel at that time, because of course the Overlook doesn't have a very good history as far as morals and some of the activities that were done there. But that's because the Overlook was owned by some kind of unsavory people at one time. I'm excited about the Trek references. I think you are, because I'm not a big Star Trek fan. It's not because I don't like Star Trek. I just really never watched Star Trek. I'm more Star Wars, I guess. And It's not to say that I won't ever. This may actually prompt me to watch some more Star Trek. I actually have seen the more recent Star Trek, like the reboots with Chris Pine in it, and but I need to check out some more Star Trek. But just like the references, it's already making me like, ooh, I need to go check this out. I just have to finish another book first before I start it. I also have a book I have to review too. Yeah, I get it. I had to put Dreadfully Ever After on pause. Unfortunately, Mary Bennett, one of the sisters, is in peril, and I had to pause it. I'll go back. The one on Netflix. The one on Netflix. Um, The Shining on Netflix? Not the Stanley Kubrick one? Hey, Amy, I'm at work, but just wanted to pop in and say hi. Wish I was sprinting with you. I know. I wish you could too. I hope you have a good day at work. I hope it's not anything too daunting and that you don't have to be there super long. The one with Jack Torrance. Yes. Yeah. Okay. The one with Jack Nicholson. Oh, Amy, us too. Good luck at work. Hope it goes by quickly for you. It's Kelsey giving you some love. I put the Pokemon in the Discord under live chat. Okay. I'm going to look it up real quick and then I'll share. Let's see. That's going to be fun. I'm going to see. Let's see what. Oh, it's her zombie Pokemon Crystal. She got it at the farmer's market. She wanted the big one, but cost way too much. And this happy Pokemon has seen some things, though. Aw. Look at that. I don't know if y'all can see. Look at that. That is so cute. Very cute. Aw. Even though it's a zombie. And it looks like it's got a little tooth. One little tooth. That's cute. I love it. I love it. In the spirit of Zombiethon and celebrating Zombie Awareness Month, she got herself a little zombie Pokemon. That's awesome. Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and sprint a little more. I want to go ahead and make this one 45 minutes, if y'all don't mind. My son Andrew called. I'm going to go ahead and call him back and then take my dog out to go potty. And then I want to have some time to read. So let's set our kitty cat up for 45 minutes. Start. Let's see. And it started. So I'll see y'all back here in 45. Happy reading. Welcome back. Okay, I need to stop our little kitty cat. Okay, how did everybody do? I have made it to chapter 3. Still enjoying this. We're learning a little bit more about our main character, Jim, and he was in the military and he fought in Afghanistan. And so some of the things he saw over there and some situations he was involved in have kind of changed his personality a little bit. So he doesn't really want responsibility. I guess he had some over there and didn't work out the way it was supposed to, but he's working at this hotel and he really doesn't want a whole lot of responsibility there. So he's like kind of biding his time, I guess. But we're meeting some other characters and some strange things are happening. But even though they appear strange, the things are just like, then people aren't really taking them seriously to mean anything. There are no connections being made. Some environmental things are happening, and Jim's just kind of trying to keep the peace, with all these Star Trek, fans coming for this convention. It's the first day of the convention, and so participation is a little light. And one of the vendors he talks to says that's not unusual for the first day of a con. But we shall see. I'm really, really enjoying it, and can't wait to read more of it. I know that I'll finish this one pretty quickly because, like I said, I like the writing, I like the story, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen next for Jim. I like him as a character. I mean, I am trying to figure out what he's going through or whatever, but he is a likable character, and so I don't know. Fun, fun, fun. I'm excited. So, what's everybody else up to? Let's see what everybody has. We left off with Rally showing us her Pokemon that she got, her zombie Pokemon at the farmer's market, which is very cute. And Mindy popped in. Mindy just released a video today. It's her third week of Horror Mayhem, and she has read some really great stuff. In fact, she read some books of blood by Clive Barker, and one of the stories that she mentioned was Sex, Death, and Starshine, and that happens to be a zombie story. I don't know if I'll be able to fit that in. I'm reading short stories for Horror Mayhem, and I chose 5, and I've already read 3, and enjoyed all of them. But the other 2 I want to read. One of them is a Stephen King story, and the other one is an Edgar Allan Poe. The Stephen King will be new to me. The Edgar Allan Poe will be a reread, but I just like the fact that it's in my zombie book. And if I have time, I might revisit Sex, Death, and Starshine. I haven't read the books of blood in quite a while. It's been a long time. So anyway, check out Mindy's most recent video. Rally says, come to find out what this crystal is made of is supposed to be good for healing. So yay, much needed. I think that's awesome. Not only do you get a cute little Pokemon zombie or zombie Pokemon, you also get some healing benefits. My kindred spirit Halko popped in to say hello. And I told Mindy and Halko hello. Jasmine's on chapter 2. And she says, immediately suspicious of everything. I'm loving it. I'm so happy that we're reading it like at the same time and in pretty much the same space. Yeah, I'm suspicious, of course. And then the fact that the prologue kind of told us a little bit, I'm almost curious, like, what did that effect have? And you can't really talk about it because if you say anything, you're going to spoil. But yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great. And I'm glad that we're reading it at the same time. We're going to have to like compare notes. I read 13 pages of Scapegoats, short story in Books of Blood, Volume 3 by Clive Barker. It is a deserted island story. Ooh, I am excited that you're reading the Books of Blood. and you made it through volume 3, because I know in your video you had read a couple from volume 2 and then all of the volume 1. But I'm glad that you, I saw that this morning, because like I was saying, I think I might try. I don't know if I can do it, but I might try to see if I can squeeze in Sex, Death, and Starshine by the end of May. I've got to finish Night of the Living Trekkies, obviously before Tuesday, but I think I'm going to finish that this weekend. I mean, I'm already on page 41. So, I mean, that's good progress. I have to finish Dreadfully Ever After. I have 80 pages in that. And I also have a middle grade book that I'm reading for middle grade March, which is The Ogress and the Orphans. That is for a live discussion I'm not going to be in the live discussion. I'm just going to be watching the live discussion on Wednesday. So I have time to finish that one before the discussion. So that is going to be like the third thing I need to read, but I don't have to read it today. So I need to concentrate on Night of the Living Trekkies and then also concentrate on Dreadfully Ever After. I know it's taken me forever to read Dreadfully Ever After, but I just think it's the style of writing. It's like that literary style of Pride and Prejudice. And it's not like the words are not like bigger or whatever. It's kind of dense in a way. So Mindy, how are you liking all of your Clive Barker? Is this your first time reading Books of Blood? Let me know. I'm curious. How is this deserted island story going? Is it good for you? I also had to reheat my coffee. It had gotten a little bit cold, and I tried to call Andrew. He was driving, so he couldn't really talk to me. He said he was going to text me later, so I hope everything's okay. His girlfriend, Megan, had her tonsils removed on Thursday, so he's been helping to take care of her during that time. And then also I took my dogs out. They had to go to the potty. I gave them a snack. I got myself a couple of pretzel crisps because it is lunchtime here, which I think I may end up getting a little lunch or something in our next sprint, just because I don't want to be like, because what'll happen is I'll get too hungry and then I'll eat all the wrong things. Yes, Kat, I can't wait for the book discussion. I have lots of thoughts already. I know. Whenever you have zombie stories, I mean, I guess you have to look at it from the fact that we have seen so many zombie stories, like either we've watched them or we've read about them, that immediately what comes to my mind is like, why do these people not realize that this is so unusual? That why is that not like their first thought? That, that's unusual for someone to bite you, or that's unusual for someone to be like walking like in a shambling way. Because I would automatically think that, which is kind of crazy. But if I saw that, I would be like, zombies. Sex, Death, and Starshine is a great story. It is nothing like any other zombie story I have read. Yes, I'm loving this deserted island story. Yeah, it's been, I had commented, it's been so long since I've read the Books of Blood that I can't remember. I mean, it's sort of the same way with the Hellbound Heart. Once I got into it, I was like, oh yeah. But I hadn't read that in so long either that it was like reading it with fresh eyes. And I loved it. It just made me realize, I mean, I've always realized Clive Barker is one of my favorites, but I haven't read much of his stuff in quite a while. And I need to get back to reading it because everything I've read by him so far, I've liked. And he just has a unique voice. I'm definitely already like getting out of Dodge for sure, especially being a healthcare professional. I'd like, yep, nope, I'm out. I know. It's like, I just can't imagine. I don't know. We talk about the zombie apocalypse and what our plan would be. Katrina mentioned that on her, when she came to to be my guest for the live chat the other day. And like they have a plan. Like we've talked about what would we do during the zombie apocalypse? Like what would we take? Where would we go? Would we, I don't know. I mean, because the reason it spreads so quickly and it like wildfire is because what initially happens is that someone gets bit and they get sick, and whether family members observe them getting bit or they just think they have a cold and then they get bit. And then so I think the whole thing is like one zombie can make two zombies, and then that makes four zombies, and then it just keeps multiplying. So the other thing too is people aren't thinking their family members are going to harm them. They're like, oh, something's wrong with them or whatever, and they want to go help them. And the next thing they realize they're getting their cheek chomped off or whatever. And of course, I think it would be very hard to hurt your loved one. But if they're a zombie, they're not your loved one anymore. I would get away. If there was a way I could just get away, I think that would be good. Kind of like when Morgan, when we meet Morgan in The Walking Dead and his poor wife is out there, I mean, I think it's so hard for him. He doesn't want to kill her, but he does acknowledge that that's not his wife anymore. I don't know. I think that's where the problem with the zombies come in, is that we're so emotional that we can't make a decision to do that. And I'm not saying that I could, especially, if it's, my children. I think that would be hard. Very, very hard for sure. So yeah, I think with you being in healthcare, you would have to be very careful, because you would be on the front lines when all these people are brought in. We have this discussion at work all the time on what people would do, and the consensus is we all need to move away from each other. Yes, but you get to a certain point where you're not going to think. Are you going to be able to think and rationale that this is happening to you? I mean, once you've gotten bit, that it's a matter of time. And that's what I think is interesting too, is not only are there different ways you can become a zombie, but it's fascinating to me how fast the process, or how slow the process takes to actually become a zombie. Like in some cases, you get bit and then not very long after, you're a zombie. And then there's some people who get bit and they hang on for days, before they end up, because they have like virus symptoms or flu-like symptoms, and then they pass. I don't know. I that's another thing too. I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to go back eventually and look at these movies from almost like a scientific perspective and kind of compare, one, how they were turned into a zombie, and two, how long the process to become a zombie takes. And also I wonder, does it matter if your age? Do you turn into a zombie faster if you're younger or older? So many questions. Hey, Jim, how are you? I'm so glad you're here. I'd rather become a zombie with the one I love than to live life without them. Yeah, I think so too. I find that's the case when you look at, I don't know how many of y'all have watched the 6-episode anthology called Tales of the Walking Dead. There is one episode in there with Terry Crews, and the zombie apocalypse has started, and that he had to have family or whatever, but he's living alone, and he's got a pretty nice setup. His home is safe. He's got plenty of food, and I can't remember if he has a dog or not. He might have a dog, but Initially, I think he has a dog, but he's all alone. There's like no one around. And while he has like security and he has plenty of food and, you know, he's just super lonely. And he decides that he's going to go out and see if he can find anybody. And so then, of course, the story, you know, progresses. What's scary about that is, not everybody is thinking the same way you are. Some people are alone and like it that way. Some people are alone because people that come across their paths, somehow they have some kind of nefarious um, thought process and want to harm them in some way. Uh, so I don't know. I think it would be very hard. I think it would be very hard. I don't mind being alone, but I've never had to be alone and secluded. Like there's one thing to be alone at your house for, you know, days on end, but you still can go out and mingle with people. And I think that's what was so hard about COVID. If you didn't have anybody staying with you at home, you were very isolated. And I mean, that wasn't good for a lot of people, especially elderly people. But I think once your freedom to be able to go out and have choice and all that is taken away, I think that also presents a factor. So yeah, Jim, I think so. It would be very hard for sure. You'll find me in a tree somewhere. Well, Jasmine, that could be like detrimental. I mean, like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do if you are discovered in your tree by zombies and you run out of food? Like, what are you going to do? Hopefully you'll have weaponry so that you could take them out somehow, because if you're up there, I mean, they can't climb. Now, of course, if they are World War Z zombies, they'll be able to climb on each other and create that zombie ladder, and then they might get you. So I don't know. You see, there was something I read. I'm not sure if it was in the Zombie Survival Guide or not. It might not be, but that you really should go up north because the zombies, you know, would freeze. They wouldn't be able to move, so they would be frozen. That, I don't think that's true 100%. Not if you've seen Dead Snow. Mm-mm. The zombies in Dead Snow are terrible. My thought is I could see them coming and flee periodically from spot to spot. World War Z, accepted defeat. Yeah. Well, actually, that you do have a good point. If you could see how they're coming. Now, if they're just shambling and they're super slow, like Night of the Living Dead, well, obviously you'll be fine. But even like Walking Dead zombies, they might hang out or whatever, but you would have time to hop. You could tree hop. That's what you could do. You could tree hop. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then you just have to hope they're not World War Z zombies. If they were World War Z zombies, I would I'd give up too. I'd surrender. Surrender for sure. I watched Night of the Living Dead last weekend. Finally watched the classic. It was so good. It had a lot of very different ways people would react to the zombie invasion. Yeah. Night of the Living Dead is awesome. It is a classic. It is worth watching. And in a perfect zombie apocalyptic world, those would be the best zombies to have to deal with because they are so slow. I've said it numerous times that you could escape if you're paying attention. I think if they come upon you while you're sleeping, or if you're not paying attention, like I think the biggest thing that would get a lot of people killed is the cell phone, because people would sit there looking on their cell phone and not even realize that a zombie is coming to get them. So while it is a good tool, you know, and serves us well, it can also, you know, distract us too much that we're not paying attention. But yeah, Night of the Living Dead, very good, very classic. Um, I watched Zombilenium last night, and I don't know if anybody has ever heard of this. I have never heard of this movie until I was doing research on animated zombie films. And I thought, based on the description, Zombilenium was a kids movie. So I was all ready for it to be a kids movie. I found out a couple of things. It's not a kids movie per se. It's more geared, I would say, for like teenagers or adults, because there is a lot of violence in it, and there's some scenes that I think would be scary for children. But I like the premise of the story. It's basically about this guy. He is like an inspector for businesses, and his little daughter wants to go to this amusement park called Zombilenium. And what nobody in the town really realizes is the Zombilenium amusement park is run by all kinds of monsters: zombies, vampires, werewolves, sea creatures, all kinds of stuff. And so the inspector is very busy, and it's because his wife has passed away. He had to end up going to work for this company to provide for he and his daughter. And one day on going to work, he has an accident, and it brings Zombilenium, the amusement park, on his radar. And so he decides he's going to go do a surprise visit so that he can figure out a way to like close them down or something like that. But anyway, when he gets there, things don't go as he plans it, because he can't mind his business and he finds himself in a pickle. But then the story goes from there. I liked it. I thought it was enjoyable. I would recommend it for people that like animated movies. It's based on a comic book, which I thought was pretty cool. And it's also a French Belgian made movie. Now it's not in it's in English, so you don't, and it doesn't have subtitles, but that's who ended up producing it. So I thought it was enjoyable. It had all the different monsters in it. Zombies do play a big role in it, but it was fresh and a unique idea. So I liked it. I liked it a lot. I only have, I think, a couple more movies left. I know I need to do the Resident Evil mini series. That's an animated film as well. But I think it's only 4 episodes. So I need to do that one. I need to check my letterbox and see, because I'm pretty sure I have 3 movies left. And while I've enjoyed a couple of movies, some of my movies have been a dud, this time around. So I mean, you win some, you lose some. I think I've seen pretty much all of the best ones out there, but I mean, like I said, they're all enjoyable in the sense that you get to see zombies doing stuff and you see how people handle it. So I guess it's a win-win with that. Okay, so we have caught up with comments, and I think we will. What do y'all want to do? Y'all want to do 30 minutes, 45 minutes? What stretch of time would y'all like to do? Let me know in the comments so I can decide. It really doesn't matter too much to me. If we do 45, I might go grab something to eat, but if we don't, I'll just read and maybe just go get some more pretzel crisps. So anyone out there, let me know. 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I want y'all to have enough time to read. Jasmine says 45. Yeah. We could do 45. I'm fine with that. We could do 45 minutes. Okay, let's start by Kitty. And then we can share our screen. Okie dokie. So we'll see you back in 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello. Okay, let's step out a little kitty cat. Okay, so how did everybody do? I actually ate lunch. I had a turkey burger with a slice of pepper jack cheese, no bread, and some tater tots. That was my lunch. But I did get to read a little bit, and I made it to chapter 4, not as as far as I wanted to get. So that's page 48. I'm on page 48. Learning some new characters, and I think we're having a little bit of dramatic irony happening because we, the reader, know something is up and we have an idea of what is happening. But even though Jim is having some inklings, hasn't discovered it yet, and the other people who are at this convention are not seeming to put two and two together either. We do have some new characters on the scene. Jim's sister is coming to this convention, so we get to learn a little more about his family background, and that's where it left off with them arriving. The book is great. I'm loving the book. Like I said, it's definitely starts off, pretty great. And, we're just kind of getting to know the characters and stuff. But like I said, some dramatic irony is happening because we know what's going on, but these people do not. I got 2 chapters in on Night of the Living Trekkies and ate Popeye's shrimp. Yum, 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 yum. I love Popeyes. They used to be awesome back in the day. I mean, they're still okay, but yum, 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 yum. There's something about their batter that's great. Hey, Swamp Gas, how are you doing? I'm enjoying the book too. I know. And so let me think. Okay, so you're in chapter 2. So you've already read the prologue, and I thought that was a great start. So we kind of know what's going on. And we don't know what the end result is. And then chapter 1 kind of just like is the introduction. What are your feelings about Jim? I just want to know. I like Jim. Just curious about y'all's thoughts. Scapegoats ended up possibly being a zombie story as well. Does a zombie story need to be a typical zombies that eat people? Or can they be any risen dead? Barker zombies are a little different. I think they could. I mean, because think about it. Haitian zombies don't eat people. I mean, they just kind of walk around kind of like in a zombified state where they can still move and stuff, but they're not like craving human flesh. So I think any corpse that reanimates is considered a zombie. It's like the living dead, right? I mean, in my mind, I even really kind of think Frankenstein kind of falls into that category of the zombie realm because he was put together from body parts that Victor Frankenstein dug up out of the cemetery. So all of his parts were dead. And then through his, machinations in the laboratory, he was able to reanimate them. So I personally would think that would be a zombie story. I'm trying to think what else is. Oh, well, I mean, anybody who alters them, because 28 days later, the people are bitten by an infected monkey that has been given the rage virus, and then it alters their personality to where they turn into the flesh-eating kind of zombies, but it's really the rage virus. So, and people consider that in the zombie realm. So all of my suspicious alarms are going off, honestly. Yeah. For those of you that weren't here earlier, Jasmine is going to be our tree hopper. That's how she's going to survive the zombie apocalypse. I think that's great. Mindy's now reading the last story in the book. Excellent. So you read 22 pages. Perfect. Linda likes Jim. We shall see what happens later in the book. The audiobook is good. Do you by any chance know who the narrator is? Did I ask this before? I probably did. Maybe on one of the live chats. But is the narrator somebody that we know? That would be curious. So would you consider Goosebumps, Welcome to Dead House, vampires or zombies? Because I'm not sure. I haven't read Welcome to Dead House, so I'm not really sure. What do they do? I guess that would be my thing. Are they bloodsuckers, or are they wanting to eat? Reading an Immense World by Ed Young. Reading an Immense World by Ed Young. It deals with how different animals perceive the world. A New York Times top 10 of 2022. Highly recommend for animal lovers. That sounds interesting. I love animals. That would be right up my alley. Zach McLarty. Let me see if I by any chance know Zach McLarty. You know, sometimes they get celebs to narrate, and then sometimes it's just professional narrators. I would love to be a book narrator. I don't know if I have the voice for it, but I would love it because I love to do all the different voices. Like when I used to read to my children, I used to love that. Actually, he is an actor. Zach McLarty is an actor. He was in Monster in Law. Oh, wait, well, maybe not. Let me just make sure. He's an actor. Monster in Law and Anything Else and Justice. Now, I've seen Monster in Law, but I don't remember him in there. Let's see. Let me see if I could get a good picture of him. I don't know why it's taking forever. Let's see what while this pulls up. We should come up with a zombie point system. I say go zombies for Welcome to Dead House. So Linda's not even thinking vampires. Okay, so this is what Zach McLarty looks like. So this is who is narrating Night of the Living Trekkies. So that's pretty cool. I like that. I like that a lot. So that might be his professional, you know, being an actor, he can bring it. Well, they're the undead technically, but they need to consume humans, but it's like they need the blood of the living. So I don't know, honestly. Well, Linda thinks it's more ghost zombies. So if they're consuming humans instead of just consuming like blood, I would say zombies. I'm enjoying Jim. Nice. He isn't hapless. We'll keep things moving. Yeah. I like Jim too. I don't know what it is about him. I'm leaning that way too, Linda. Yeah. So as far as Goosebumps. So Jasmine, what do you think about Jim? Do you like Jim? Is he somebody that you like as a literary character? I kind of think he's he's a good guy. I don't know what all his baggage is. I think he has something happened to him when he was in Afghanistan, perhaps. We do know what at least where I am, I have learned a little bit about his family dynamics. So that may have something to do with why he doesn't want to have lots of responsibility. But I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. The thing that I think about the setting with this is, you know, you have all these people in costumes. How do you know if they would be zombies or not? I like Jim to the point where I'm afraid something will happen to him later on. I know. It's almost like you hate to care about anybody in a zombie apocalyptic world because you don't want anything to happen to them. And the other thing is like on The Walking Dead, I remember this because I used to watch The Talking Dead also with Chris Hardwick. I love Chris Hardwick. And he used to say all the time that any character with a moral compass was generally the character that was going to be one of the first to die. And I think it's because they're always wanting to be so helpful, with stuff. Yeah, I know. You're afraid that something's going to happen. Some of the Goosebumps books are up in the air because of R.L. Stine used a lot of media like movies and books for his work. Okay, well, that's cool. I mean, I guess you can kind of interpret it the way you want to interpret it, but I feel like you could use it for Zombiethon for sure. You know? Yeah, I gotcha. Um, so yeah, the thing about Night of the Living Trekkies is that you really can't talk a lot about it without spoiling. I mean, we all know that this obviously, based on the cover, we know that it's a zombie story and based on the synopsis on the back. But you don't really want to go into any details of talking about how the story is developing because I think it's all the clues that are happening around. And I think it's very clever how the authors have set it all up with the interactions. And I'm just excited to see how it's all going to play out. And I think that's what helps you to keep reading. Let's see. Seeing the other covers are cool. Yeah. For those of you that don't know, Kevin David Anderson is in the Discord. He's one of the authors, and he posted in Discord the different covers, for this book, which some of them are really cool. I actually, out of all of them, though, I really do like this cover the best. I think it really encapsulates what the story is going to be. I will say there are definitely characters introduced early that I do not like with a passion. Cough, cough. Some friends, cough, cough. Yes, I would say. I like how they're all so different. Yeah, I do too. I think it's really fascinating to me how publishing houses decide on which countries get which covers. It's kind of the same way with comic books are like that too, with their variant covers. And I know the comic book store that I used to always go to, they've closed down, unfortunately, but they, I had my subscription box there because once you find, a series that you want to collect, you want to make sure you don't miss any. It's not like I would go to the comic book store every week or the day that the comic books would come out. And so I had my subscription box or whatever and my folder. And it was always interesting to see what cover I would end up getting, which ones they would order, because they wouldn't necessarily order all of the covers. But the only problem with if you do get a certain cover is that you want to make sure you stick with it for your whole series, because sometimes that if you don't, it's kind of a bummer. I mean, if you have like a personality like me that wants it all to be like uniform or the same art style or whatever, or I don't know how to explain it, but I do like my comic books. I'm sad that my comic book store closed, though. They are supposed to have one in Metairie. I haven't been to it. If it's this, I don't think it may be the same store, but in a different location. But I need to go there because I am missing some of my Joe Hill comic books. And because part of the issue as to why my comic book store closed is because Diamond, who was the distributor, they were having some kind of an issue with Marvel and all that kind of stuff and negotiations or whatever. And it was making it difficult for them to get books, in. So I have missed out on a couple of my books because they weren't able to get some of them. So I'm going to have to do some research on that. Either I'm going to have to get it at a Comic-Con or go ahead and order them online or see if this other little comic book store, I mean, it's been a little while. See, I think also COVID had a lot to do with it too, because it's hard for small businesses there were a lot of small businesses that were having a hard time during COVID because they couldn't be open. Yes, I'm still going. I think we're probably going to have one more sprint and then we'll be done for the day. I hope you got everything accomplished that you wanted to, Margaret. I have two comic book shops near me, and it's the same way. Yeah. I mean, comic books are so classic. It just makes me sad that things like that are like going by the wayside. It's hard for them to compete. I know the comic book store, a lot of their business wasn't necessarily just books. A lot of it had to do with the merchandise they sold, as well as a lot of the games they played. They, in fact, Andrew played a couple of those games. He played Vanguard. He played HeroClix. Tons. He's got tons of HeroClix, which that is a fun game. I played HeroClix with him. And then he played Magic for a little bit. And then there was a little game he got called Adventure Time. And he and I would play Adventure Time sometimes. But that's how we would go hang out at the comic book store when he was a little bit younger. And he made a lot of friends, and they would play these games like on a Saturday. So I'd bring papers that I had to grade or whatever, and I'd go and let him play. But it seems like yesterday, and then sometimes it just seems so long ago. They are not getting stuff in, and I had to order elsewhere. Yeah. We're going to have to compare notes on what comic books we collect, Linda. I would be curious to know which ones that you like to read. Mine are mainly horror and X-Files, but we'll have to compare notes. I'm on the hunt to understand the last line of dialogue in my Dorothy Parker stories. Makes no sense to me. Oh my. Have you tried to look it up, or you're one that doesn't like to Google? Not finding any good sites, though, just stuff that seems like AI generated. Yeah, that is a bummer. Yeah, so do you think that do you think Dorothy Parker left it up to you to decide what it means based on everything that you read? Sometimes when they end something that way and it seems a little open-ended, I guess it depends on if you want a happy ending or not. Is it that kind of a situation? A lot of times I try to go for a more optimistic, hopeful ending, even though I know in my heart that it probably isn't. I was playing Magic, but I stopped when they kept bringing new cards to the game and I couldn't keep up. Yeah, Andrew was kind of late to the game for Magic. One of his friends played. We had a comic book store here in Hammond and they ended up closing down. We never really frequented it because it wasn't, I don't know, it didn't have as much as the store we had in Covington. And, but Andrew he wasn't really hardcore into Magic. He started playing because his friend did, but no. Oh, what's like your go-to comic recommendations? Maybe I should do a little video on that or whatever. But I collected Stephen King's comic books. Marvel teamed up with Stephen King and they did The Stand. And no, not The Stand, I'm sorry. The Talisman, but that didn't last super long. And then they did The Dark Tower. And the artwork to me in The Dark Tower was fabulous. And they would just go ahead and do like arcs for that one. The thing about comic books that I didn't realize is when I first started collecting them, I was collecting them from a comic book store in Baton Rouge, which is about 45 minutes away from where I live. And I got the single issues. But then it's like what they would do is once the set of books, usually about 5, were finished for that, I guess, arc or whatever, they would sell it in a hardcover. And so I ended up buying single issues, but then I also bought the hardcover. So I have single issues of my Dark Tower, and I think most of the hardcovers for my Dark Tower. But I love the artwork. It's beautiful. And even though I have only read The Gunslinger, I'll eventually read the rest of the series. I love The Gunslinger. I love the world and everything and the fantasy of it and the good versus evil. I also have This is a funny one. Sometimes if the comic book guy would suggest things to me, I would try it out. But I actually have one called Nail Biter, which is about a serial killer. And yes, he bites nails. The girls walk away and the guy says olive oil. And I'm like, what was that? So the girl walks away and the guy says olive oil. Okay, so I guess, what does olive oil signify? Was olive oil brought up anywhere in this before? Is cooking something that's a theme in this story? What does olive signify? When you're given an olive branch, isn't it like a peace offering of some kind? I have X-Men, Powerpuff Girls, Gem and the Hologram, some indie stuff, and a lot of one-off stuff of popular IPs. Yeah, most of mine is like X-Files. I have Max Brooks, his Extinction Parade, which is zombies and vampires together. I showed those in my recommendation video for Zombiethon. And then I have a Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I have a couple of Neil Gaiman. I have Joe Hill's series. It's the Hill House comics. I didn't get all of them because a couple of them were kind of, I'm like, I don't know. But I'll have to make a list and then let you know. Andrew collects comic books too, but his are more like the Marvel heroes. I think he's got some Sonic the Hedgehog. He started off with like Adventure Time. So he's got a bunch of those. Jim, remember my name. Okay. Misfits got a lot of comics too. Cool. Are they a fan of Popeye? I don't know. I thought it might be rhyming slang or something, but nothing comes up. Slippery is first thing I think of. Isn't that olive oil? And it might be contemporary, 1930. When was OG Popeye? Oh, yeah. Okay. I see. Linda's trying to help you with this. Popeye the Sailor Man. Okay. Popeye. Of course, what comes up? Oh, okay. Listen to this, Margaret. Popeye the Sailor Man is a fictional cartoon character created by L.Z. Chrysler Segar. The character first appeared on January 17th, 1929 in the Daily King Features comic strip Thimble Theater. Oh, well, you already beat me to it. Maybe. Doesn't make any more sense, though. Well, is there any references to sailors? Is there anything referencing like Popeye in the sense of like relationships? Yeah. I mean, is their relationship kind of like Popeye and olive oil? Is this a romance? Let us know. How did they describe the person in the book? Yeah. I need a Dorothy Parker scholar. Oh, yes. I am not a Dorothy Parker scholar. I have read nothing by Dorothy Parker, so I cannot help you with that for sure. The first time I've heard of Dorothy Parker was when you were talking about it the other day, Margaret. So that's for sure. Okay, are you guys and gals up for one more sprint before we close out for today? One more, 30 to 45 minutes. We now in a lecture on the book. It is a bitterly lonely woman trying to keep a man interested while he's yammering about some other girl. She walks off and he ends up with olive oil. I am mystified. Oh, I think you're just going to have to come up with your own interpretation of it. Okay, thoughts? Do we want another sprint? If so, do we want 30 minutes, 45 minutes? Or do we not? What do y'all want to do? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. Yes, no, yes, no. Are y'all hard? Do y'all have a hard time making decisions like me? Okay, I'll make something up convincing for the wrap up on Wednesday. Yeah, I can't wait to see what you're going to come up with. In the meantime, I guess you could find some a Dorothy Parker scholar. We will be debating for hours like people debate poetry. Yeah. Okay, Linda says sure. Let's do another one. 30 is good. I'll just be listening as I pack. That's awesome. And Mindy says 30. So let's go ahead with another 30-minute sprint. This will be our last one. We'll come back. We'll chat for a few minutes, and then we'll go about our day. So let's get Kitty set up here. My little kitty. And start it. Okie dokie. I need to share my screen. Okay. So see y'all back in 30 minutes. Okay, welcome back. Okay, I'm curious to know how everybody's doing. I am almost finished chapter 8. And oh my gosh, it is ramping up. In fact, there is a new development. I've never seen this before, but on page 69, something happens, and I'm like, holy shit, what do we have here? But it is getting so good. I mean, connections are starting to get made, that's for sure. And yeah. Okay. Anybody still reading this? Anybody still out there? Jasmine, Linda, tell me. Got started unpacking, noshing gummy bears. Now, where are you traveling to? Because I missed that. I know you're going out of town, but where are you traveling? Let me know. I read about 20 pages of my book. Glad you're enjoying Trekkies. I liked it. Yes, I'm loving it, Halko. It is so good. I am going to have to finish this tonight. I'm going to have to make sure to finish it tonight. Definitely by tomorrow. I mean, it's going pretty quickly, and that's what's so exciting. But I'm liking the connections. I don't know. Good stuff. I read 20 more pages. Only have 13 pages left in the book. That's awesome. You're going to finish today then. I'm pretty sure, unless you have some kind of a commitment that won't let you get to it tonight. But yeah. I love when I'm accomplishing. I have Night of the Living Trekkies to finish, my Ogress and the Orphans to finish, and Dreadfully Ever After. I have my 2 stories, short stories for Your Horror Mayhem readathon that I want to do, which is my Stephen King and my Edgar Allan Poe. And if I have time, I need to read an essay out of my zombie theory book. I haven't been able to do that yet. Jasmine said, I didn't read anything, was driving back from the pool. Okay, Jasmine, do you remember where you left off? Where did you leave off? When is the book discussion? The book discussion is going to be Tuesday evening, 8 p.m. Central Time. So just like all of our live chats have been on Tuesday evening, it's going to be Tuesday evening. So I hope you can make it, because I think it's going to be a fun discussion, I think. Oh, Judy. Little dog is having a little coughing issue. I am enjoying The Wishing Pool by Tananarav Du. I don't think I'm pronouncing that right, but have not got to the zombie short story in it yet. I did also go to thrift store and got a cute little book. Oh, awesome. I love when you get cute books. I left off after Jim, his sister, and the friends. That was the last bit I read. Planning to read a lot more today. Okay. Well, Jasmine, it is, oh my gosh. In some ways, the character Gary, I think is his name. That's one of the friends. I'm pretty sure it is Gary. Because Matt's one, oh yeah, it is Gary. Okay. In my mind, because of like some of his, because he's kind of like a smart aleck, some of his dialogue kind of reminds me of Josh Gad's character in Little Monsters. And so I'm kind of envisioning him as that character. Linda says, I'm going to try to finish the book over the weekend. I'm finishing this weekend. I don't know if I'll be able to finish it tonight. It's just going to depend. My husband is coming into town. He had to go out of town, which is so unusual for him to have to go out of town on a Friday evening. But something happened at the plant, and he couldn't get his load in time. So if I'll read until he gets home, and then once he gets home, then I won't be able to read anymore tonight. We'll probably watch a zombie movie tonight, but definitely I'll be finished this weekend. I think so, because I'm so excited about reading it. That's all I want to do is read it. Ooh, that sounds intriguing. I'll let you know if I see that parallel as well. Yeah, because I I don't know. That's who I came to mind when there's this one particular part of dialogue when he answers Jim back. It's like what he says. And then also there's actually a couple of different parts. And I'm like, that's exactly how Josh Gad's character would have responded, minus the crudeness, because I thought he was extremely crude, his character in Little Monsters. But yeah, I mean, he's definitely not as crude, in the book. But what is everybody's plans for Memorial Weekend if you're here in the States? What is everybody's plans? I don't have major plans. My husband was supposed to be barbecuing ribs today, but I'm not sure if that's going to happen because we didn't get to go to Walmart and do our shopping. So the ribs might end up being tomorrow or possibly even Monday. But I do have tickets to go see Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I'm excited about it, even though I know I have been warned by my son Andrew that it is sad and that I will probably cry. So I have to make sure that I bring tissue with me. It is not out of the realm of the possibility. I have cried in Marvel movies before, and I don't think this will be any exception because I've heard that it's about one character in particular, and I just don't want anything to happen. Helga says, I don't really have plans, just hang out with family. Well, that's plans, hanging out with your family. That's fun. Probably going to do MD Blue Crabs Monday. Is MD like Maryland Blue Crabs Monday? And definitely hanging with family. Yeah, that'll be fun. That'll be a lot of fun. Linda, do you have any plans? What you going to be up to? I know Margaret's going out of town. Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot besides that, which I'm kind of glad it's kind of like a calm weekend. Yeah, Maryland Blue Crabs. Yay, good. I don't usually eat crabs unless it's just the crab meat because I'm not patient enough to crack them and all that. I am going to relax. Do you have Monday off, Linda? You are tired. Well, I'm tired too. I went to bed way too late. Yeah, I'm driving south to spend the month with parents and sister and nephew visits. That is going to be fun. A whole entire month. Have fun. Work wiped you out. Damn work. Shouldn't be wiping you out. You need the energy to be able to play games and read your books and hang out. So you make sure you relax a lot. Ribs sound so good right now. Yeah, we haven't had them in a while. We don't get them often. Maybe generally probably around more, I would say Memorial Day, or sometimes during the summer we'll get them a lot more. But I don't grill personally. I'm actually afraid of my barbecue grill because it's propane run. Now we do have a charcoal grill, but I wouldn't use that either. I'm kind of scared about the propane tank and all that, so I don't grill. It's a Marylander's birthright to crack crabs. Well, I guess that's like me in Louisiana when we have to get our crawfish and peel our crawfish tails. Yeah, I have Monday off. Good. I'm glad. That means you get an extra day for relaxing and recharge. Pork ribs. I'm not sure if we're going to get the pork ribs or the beef ribs. I like both. But I'm not sure. I guess it's going to depend. By the time we get there to go shopping at Walmart, there might not be any ribs left. Who knows? Because I'm sure everybody in America's fixing ribs. Beef ribs have got so expensive since when I was a kid, but got to have them once from my hometown while I'm there. Yeah. It would be nice if we could kind of try to do both, but I have a feeling it's just going to be my husband and me. We're not having anybody come over because we kind of just wanted to be kind of low key. He is going to bring some to his mom though. And, the boys will have them if they come and stop by. I don't know if you had heard, my son Andrew's girlfriend had surgery. She had her tonsils removed on Thursday. So she is on a soft food diet and is doing a lot of resting. So I'm not sure if I'll see Andrew. Although Andrew does have to come at some point to take care of Ice Cream Bar, which is his speckled king snake. Crawdad, yep. Yep, I love me some crawfish. Good memories from my trip to LA in 92 or 93. Ooh, you haven't been here in a while. That's a long time. You'll have to come for a visit again. Okay, guys. Well, I and gals, I wish all of you a happy Memorial Day weekend and hope that y'all get to relax. Margaret, I hope that you have a safe trip and enjoy your time with your family. Make sure that y'all, relax, enjoy your time off, read some books. Those of you that are reading Night of the Living Trekkies, read some more. Can't wait to discuss this on Tuesday. And I may drop a couple of comments in the Discord. Also, if y'all have any questions, please let me know. Send me questions through Instagram or Discord or something privately if you want to. And I'll try to get them to Kevin David Anderson. I mean, I have some questions of my own that have to do with the writing process. So I want to send those so that he can get them back to us before the chat. Linda's hoping everyone has a great weekend. Thanks for the sprints. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you, Halco. Thank you. Enjoy the time with your loved ones. I will, Margaret, you too. And thanks for the sprints. You are quite welcome, Jasmine. Thank y'all very, very much for hanging out with me today. In the meantime, stay amazing because y'all are all amazing. Be adventurous and watch out for zombies. The zombies are running rampant since it's May, so watch out for them. See y'all soon. Bye.